regional office and water mission colleagues. Good morning to everyone. So I wish to extend a warm welcome to all of you for joining today. Thanks again for making your time for this full day. We are also grateful for the support from the Solar Hub platform led by UNICEF Regional Office and with the support from a colleague from Water Mission, later on also themselves, and the Solar Hub is that possible. So yeah, our partner as knowledge system, so very well qualified expert with more than 1,600 power system installed. What I think I did not right now. So we are here today to prepare ourselves for emerging challenges. That need left unintended will eventually undermine the health of child survival supply, growth, and life. According to the Children Climate Risk Index, this is published by UNICEF, Cambodia is ranked within the top 50 countries globally and very limited adaptive capacity, so need to build resilience. Unless we start focusing on climate as a community, so we remain off track in many of the targets we are currently wanting. Is recognizing renewable energies in our programmatic strategies globally and not only for water services, health system, nutrition units, and various protection services. We definitely see added value in terms of mitigation and reduction of greenhouse gases, but the use of solar energy and general renewable energies for UNICEF is mostly to support community services, of services, building resilience of communities and improve their adaptation. Intermittent coverage, electrification of health units, for example, provision of hot water in the delivery room. Electricity in school for light, ventilation, and classrooms. I'm sure you are aware about the recent heat waves that occur in the region and the stress that is particularly on children and their health. So imagine having children sitting all time in the classroom under very high temperature without any form of ventilation. So we should also think about area affected by high temperature. So this is just a few examples, and I'm sure today and tomorrow, with the support of colleagues from Water Mission, we will do some of the details. But I will not say more. I would just like to conclude by saying that the Water Mission are very honored to host this event. I look forward the engagement from all the participants, and I wish you all a fruitful alternate. On this, I leave the floor to my colleague Nick from the regional office from
Hi everyone. My name is Nicholas Reed. It's getting the regional office topics and to provide this kind of introductory training on. I think one the single statistic that kind of affects how full of renewable energy right now. Production of renewable energy over the last And this number varies also nationally, but on average, about 80% of our. And that has fundamentally transformed the capacity and the ability of us. And the market dynamics shifted considerably too. In the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors, this huge speed across the residential, industrial, commercial sectors, so too could happen. What's more is that, as McKenna rightly said, this isn't just about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it's about refining to these services to make them function better. So we can make children healthier. We can make sure that children are able to learn. We can make sure that children are able to access. Thanks to renewable solar. And UNICEF was also realized that we and
we can
reflected in our
that's
plan, so it's the SDGs, renewable energy is a real enabling force. Integrating this into our business model. Challenge here is that so many different countries across the region as well as globally are at different stages of its energy transition. And policies, legislation, regulatory frameworks, supply chains, infrastructure, all making it very difficult to say, like, okay, this is plug and play model. It's not something you can just say, here you go, it's fine. Makes this very complicated. And so, together with Water Mission, what we've done for our region is set up the solar hub, a resource that has dedicated capacity to respond to questions that any of you have about solar. And in order to conduct energy assessments, how much energy is needed for a school, health clinic, or what, how to put together a proposal on this. These two partners such as yourself to help scale up capacity on this. And so, very specifically, I would say there is a website. It's called CPE, Solar Hub, East Asia Pacific Solar Hub. So that's a really exciting development in all. Training today, introductory training. We are going to be focusing on water and sanitation applications in this, but we sectors working together that I think adds an even more compelling arguments for why solar is so powerful. Not coming at this from like a lot of agencies might come at it just from a health perspective or just from an education perspective. When you can think multi-sectoral approach to renewable energy, you begin to see where there are economies of scale, efficiency between different sectors, and you can put together a package that works even more efficiently through this multi-sector approach. And so that's the design of the solar hub. But because we're just getting up and started, we're starting with water and sanitation for the moment. One colleague from UNICEF we patched in, and another one from to talk about it. I think it's also important not to downplay. I think the main motivation in this is to build resilience and social service. Okay. storm, drought, flood. But it's also, these are huge sectors. It's estimated that the wash sector contributes about between 5 and 9% of greenhouse gas emissions. And the health sector contributes about 5% of greenhouse gases. These are big, they might sound small, but they're actually quite big in the grand scheme. And so the potential for solarizing all of these will make it. I think we shouldn't shy away from saying that. We are also conducting a market assessment for Cambodia, a deep dive, which will put together an investigate case. How much will it cost? How many greenhouse gas emissions might that help avert? What are the challenges and obstacles in doing this? So that will be another report that hopefully you guys will find useful in terms of an evidence base, whether that others the potential of this of solar missing. So welcome to the meeting. Super happy that you're all here, part of this, and looking forward to this being a journey that it doesn't just start today and end today. It's something that we go on now together in the future. And you guys are working very closely with UNICEF. Constant level of support both from our office here as well as the regional office in Bangkok to help move the agenda forward. In terms of the agenda, do you want to go through that, or we're gonna start off with this with what emissions going to go through expert. With just to get the morning blood flowing. That's strange. And then we're going to go into kind of the real basics of solar power systems, design, installation, and O&M. We'll break for lunch at around 12:30, and then we'll have a series of group discussions looking at common barriers and challenges of solar projects. Again, as I said, this is as much as a training as it is a consultation and a discussion, because together we want to work with you to really figure out what are the reasons why we can't go up, and then together hopefully we can come up with a solution. And then we'll have some solar application sessions to help with the so that will be the focus.
Thank you, colleagues. So before the group photo for a round of introduction, so I would like to start from colleagues from Water Mission here.
Thank you, Michele, and thank you, Nick, for the warm introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Jordan Deschamps. I'm a project engineer at Water Mission. You'll hear a little bit more about Water Mission later. We're so happy to be with you today and looking forward to this training. And as Nick and Michele mentioned, the Solar Hub is here to support you. If you have requests or needs or just technical questions that you want answered or sort of validation and affirmation, hey, I'm on the right track here. I'm understanding this correctly. We're here to support. So we're very excited to be with you over the next 2 days and look forward to this training, but also learning from you and learning from one another. I'll introduce my colleague, Kosta, next.
Thank you, Jordan. Good morning, everyone. I will introduce myself. My name is Surya. It's the same name. But the name is different. And my friend or colleague is more just call me as Tosa. Yeah, I'm from Water Mission Indonesia. My role right now is the interim director from Water Mission Indonesia. I have joined the Water Mission since 2007. Years turning 16 years. So in my uni with automation, I have this why I'm so excited with this training because we know how the benefit of the solar power. Yeah, maybe we will talk deeper about this later. Thank you. This is my.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So we start from this table for hello. Yes, good morning, everyone. You said that yeah.
My name is Chaiti. I'm from the Department of Community Life in everyone. My name is Kongpe. I'm of the city.
Oh, like that. And I'm from
Domain of set education. Google.
when I so after this slide, then
Then we have a band and my Sunday
Hey everyone,
Thank you.
I'm Jeffrey from Supply.
It makes
And
me question.
nation.
and from Department of Law Chemical Supply and
Good morning, everyone. My name is I'm from Department of Law. And we I'm a speaker. Morning, everyone. My name is John and good morning, everyone. I am boss and climate change officer from Brain. The revenue is sector. Provide knowledge and video. Also, just continue.
Oh, yeah.
So small, right?
And from Department of Community. Yes,
Okay, thank you so much and welcome everyone. I think we have a couple of new colleagues. Okay, introduce yourself. Because that's very first time. Also
break here. And start here. Okay. This is my phone. Okay. Just think that.
Then the machine is now machine đơn giản một cái khung sạch.
Okay, thank you. So, I come again today. So I think now it's time for so you might come to take a picture. Photo.
We go. I was gonna.
So you can tell me that.
We have protect the lady to be the shadow, you know, the protected by the man. Đặt đây chúa rồi.
Con trên bài YouTube trên YouTube học đi mà. Hay tôi nhận cái hai mươi tinh các gói tinh. Của mình đây treo rồi chứ. Treo có gói cái được. Tôi mà bài bay gì cái gói tôi.
Không quá cho đó.
Con mua gói em khơi mốc này con quay chơi mốc cái lắm. Con cái gói tận óc bàn. Con con khả chơi mà một cái gì kia.
Cái này ta để
Ok. Nào. Cái ta tôi là ở khoa nha. Vì thoát mà được cái gì đó. Và đây. Mỗi pi quay ở hàng pi là nhâm kho. Mỗi pi nhâm pi trắng. Và xong. Nhưng sao cái thâm thực pi cũng sạp tiền. Phải là vậy. Đi bài. Xong mới đi xong mới đi. Anh bạn. Tầm mỗi pi bài. Học có tràn. Tốt đấy là cái tàu phải xem được rồi.
Quan nhân qua đấy khi ta vui tôi nhận. Anh đã screen quick screen người nào?
Come here. If we type that one.
Okay. Là truyền thống tay tu đấy. Không cả. Ok. Ok nào.
Excited to get started. Again, I'm going to welcome you to this training about solar powered water systems. We're going to be talking about assessment, design, procurement, installation, and then operations and maintenance, as well as how to make these systems financially sustainable. That's one of the most critical pieces, and so we'll spend time talking about that as well. So before we begin, I want to talk about expectations, both what you can expect to learn in this training, as well as what we should expect from each other in terms of respecting one another, listening well, honoring one another, so that we can all benefit as much as possible from this training. So what can you expect to learn? First, as I mentioned, we'll talk about basic solar powered system design and installation. And then this afternoon, we'll have a section about solar applications in health, education, and WASH. And we'll do a bit of a deeper dive on WASH design. We'll also talk about sustainable operations and maintenance best practices. And finally, we'll talk about life cycle costing, service delivery models, financial planning, and management. But I want to also try to discuss what can we do to gain the most from this training. And so one of the things that we'll encourage you to do throughout the training is participate by raising your hands, maybe speaking into the microphone, sharing with your colleagues at your table. So to begin, we will actually do that. So we're going to have a conversation at your tables. I want you to discuss what you expect to learn. What do you want to do to gain the most from this training? So just take about 5 or 10 minutes, and each person can share. What do you expect to learn from this training? What do you hope to gain? So take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, discuss that now, and then we'll come back together and share our ideas together. Okay? All right, great.
Okay. The expectation, maybe you can starting from this one. If you already have, you can take the one there and you can say what the expectation.
It's on this system. Is on national net when straight to remote area and
How about this level? Please share your explanation. Your turn.
My expectation to join this training. I this solar system and one more about you can see some of the supplier. We together we can look back. So
So this is another expectation too, yeah? Okay, we can add, okay, we can add another one.
solar to them and to them. Okay,
Okay, great, thank you. So we can jump to this level. We have make for this level.
Okay. Okay, ready?
I think we have understood and we have a very similar to our table. We take out the fourth one and go and it be reflects on how we live in
Or maybe you can jump for this table first. Please. your expectation. Please again. Oh,
As recommend also like that is really important about this. And so
so because before I heard some last year before from for the bonus yeah. The expectation from this member.
Yes, only we have step for that. Whatever that can be that. Think that we go there. So that is very important if we with the opportunity so might be. Yeah.
Anybody has still have expectation? Maybe you can raise your hand. This table? This table, okay, yeah.
I know many I think are already covered there. It would be also interesting to hear discuss specific challenges for Cambodia, in terms of regulation, in terms of visibility and opportunities with solar. We had an invitation on the technical, we could hear some of the technical details, how the system works, which are the different components, and their affordability. So I guess around the cost and benefit analysis is there. There was one point on understanding how water operator can take out this and include a solar component in their own business planning and their own business model, if you like. Colleagues from education also, they want to understand how solar can benefit school environment and children and overall benefits for communities. So I think, yeah.
Okay,
And the waste management for solar that is not captured there from the previous table.
all right. Still have another expectation? Okay, one. Okay.
To number one.
So if you look from the list, the expectation will be low, okay. One interesting, because we are so happy to come here because a lot of the expectation from you. So So we have another question. What can we all do to gain the most from this training? You can raise your hand. What can we all do to gain? Anybody knows? First one, active listening. Second one, no phone or distraction, please. And then attendance and participation. Those again, training more effective. So just please to give your attention and no distraction during the.
And so these kind of expectations, we hope we'll address those all in this training, and I put check boxes here so we can identify when we've completed each of those, and hopefully we've met your expectations. But these sort of guidelines or rules that we hope you'll follow are there for all of our benefit so that we can all learn. Sometimes if you're on your phone, maybe that's going to distract someone else. And so if you need to step outside to take a phone call or send a message, feel free to do so, no problem. If you need to use the restroom, don't worry, just feel free. But yeah, we hope to all benefit a lot from this training. So just providing now some background on the Solar Hub so that we all have a little bit of context for what the Solar Hub is and when did it come about. So in 2016, UNICEF did a study of all their solar powered water systems around the world. And they found significant gaps, in particular in the areas of design, installation, operations, and maintenance. They found a lot of their systems had broken down even after just a few years. And so this kind of sparked a partnership between UNICEF and Water Mission in 2018 to build capacity in the areas of design, installation, operations, and maintenance of solar powered water systems. So Water Mission has been working with UNICEF closely since 2018 to develop guidance, documentation, and training, just like this. Personally, I've been working in the West and Central Africa Solar Hub for the last 2 years and have provided trainings just like this one to colleagues like you around the world who want to learn more about this. And then in 2023, we've launched the East Asia and the Pacific Solar Hub. And this is the second of our in-person trainings. Tosa and I were just in Mongolia on Monday and Tuesday of this week and had a great time learning from them and providing this training there as well. So the Solar Hub, again, as I mentioned, is a partnership between Water Mission and UNICEF, but UNICEF is also engaged with other partners such as Enensys. Enensys is a German-based engineering research organization, and they're conducting a solar market assessment for the whole East Asia Pacific region, and will be soon sort of publishing the results of that study. And then as well, this initiative was made possible by Australian EAP. They're the funders for this project. So some key objectives for the Solar Hub are to support UNICEF country programs as well as partners. We know there's many people from other organizations in the room, and the Solar Hub is here to support you as well. It's not just for UNICEF. So we'll respond to technical requests. So we can't help you if we don't know how to help you, or we can't help you if you don't submit requests. So in a second, I'll explain just how you can do that. And we're going to conduct virtual and in-person training. We had a virtual training just a few weeks ago to kick off the Solar Hub, and then we're conducting these 2 in-person trainings this week. And then the last key objective is to ensure the sustainability of the Solar Hub. So this is a demand-driven initiative, which means it continues if you have demand for it. So the more requests that you submit, the more value it shows to both the funders and the partners. And so we hope you'll take advantage of that. Again, all the support is free of charge, but we can't support you if we don't have a request from you. So please submit those. We have a website. That's the URL. You can write it down. It's eapsolarhub.org. eapsolarhub.org. This is the homepage of the website, and you can see in the top right corner is a button for requesting support. So at any time, you can click that button, it'll take you to our contact page, and you can fill out a request. The thing I would ask is you try to be as detailed as possible in your message. That helps us understand exactly what you're requesting, exactly the kind of support you're asking for, and you can identify yourself and say where you're from and what project you're working on. We also provide these services, so training, technical support, and resourcing. So we have connections to great resources we can support you with and provide to you if you're interested. And then as well, we have training videos. So the recordings from these trainings will be posted in case you need to come back and look. As well, we have detailed videos that go through the technical design steps. Right now, they're just based on design of solar-powered water systems, but we hope to expand these resources into other sectors and fields over time. I'm going to give a brief aside about Water Mission so you can know a little bit about us and where we work. Water Mission is a Christian engineering nonprofit. We design, build, and implement safe water, sanitation, and hygiene solutions. And our faith motivates us to serve all people regardless of age, gender, race, or faith. Water Mission has installed more than 1,600 solar-powered water systems globally. These completed installations range from 1 to 300 kilowatts. So these can be very small systems all the way up to very large, and that all depends on the need and the context. These systems can be direct solar pumps where there's no inverter needed. It's just directly powered by solar. But larger systems that utilize inverters and batteries are also applicable, and we've implemented those as well. So this photo you see here on the bottom left is a 100 kilowatt solar array that's powering one pump. You might ask yourself, why do you need so many solar panels for one pump? Well, I hope in this training you'll get to learn the answer to that. We have 9 country offices around the world, from the Western Hemisphere all the way to the Eastern Hemisphere, and then in Indonesia as well in this region of the world. There's over 700 staff in those 9 country programs, and then in our headquarters, which is in North Charleston, South Carolina, where I live, we have over 100 staff and 13 licensed professional engineers on staff. So that's just a bit about Water Mission. If you're curious to learn more, I'd be happy to share. And then now we're going to go into a pre-training survey. So this is the only time I will ask you to take out your phones, but you can take out your phones now and go to this website. It's www.menti.com. And I'll give everyone a second to get there. And once you're there, there's a code that you can enter into this interactive survey. So take a few minutes to go to menti.com. Once you're there, if you see your neighbor needs some help, maybe help your neighbor get to the website. But we'll go through a bit of a pre-training survey. And there's also a QR code on the screen if that's easier to take you there. Okay, again, if you've already gone to Menti, if your neighbor needs help your neighbor, make sure that everyone can get there so that we can all participate. So see the code, you can read up here. It's 716457. Code is 716457. Still having problems? Great, so we'll move on to the first question. The first question is, enter as many words as you can about solar. Enter as many words as you can about solar. So you can think of as many words as you can. So far, we have photovoltaic, renewable, clean energy, free, durable, the sun, inverter, engineering. This is great. Yeah, the code here again is 716457.
Sorry.
No worries. Okay, somebody said AC. I'm curious to ask about AC. Is that air conditioning? What is AC? Array, cable, great. Yeah, type this in now and hit submit. Let's give you a few more seconds. So hit submit if you haven't done so yet. Okay, great. Can I have a volunteer? I don't want to call anyone out, but who said AC? I'm curious to hear what you meant by AC. Yeah. Alternating current, okay. So yeah, we'll get to learn a little bit about alternating current, the difference between direct current and alternating current. Great. All right, so let's move on to the next question. Here we're trying to get an assessment of your current knowledge. So rate your current level of knowledge about the following topics. So 5 is a high level of knowledge, 1, the low level of knowledge. The first one is how solar panels work. And then the next is steps to implementing a solar project. And finally, steps to designing a solar water system. So go ahead and rate your current level of knowledge about these.
Not bad, though.
They don't need your help. So you'll need to use keys. H will show the results and enter shows the correct.
So,
H
And then,
will show the results and enter will show the correct answer.
yeah.
So for each question, you'll hit H at a certain point, I'll direct you and then
Yeah.
enter.
Just let me know when I will.
Perfect.
down. Yeah.
All right, go ahead and submit those if you haven't yet. I can see the numbers are fairly low. So this training is helpful, it's needed, right? Hopefully by the end, those numbers will be up closer to 4 and 5, I hope.
Why?
Yeah. And so there's need to learn, so that's good, that's encouraging that we're here to learn together. All right, just a few more seconds, hit submit if you haven't done so yet. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next question. Rate your current level of knowledge about the following topics. Again, 5 is high, 1 is low. Prepare an O&M plan for a project. Create a financial sustainability plan and understand different types of business models. So rate your current level of knowledge about the following topics. Averaging 2. Okay, just take a few seconds to submit your answers. See, the scores here are right around 2, so there's still room to learn more. So that's great. Again, we're happy that we're here to provide training and education on these topics. All right. Next, we have a quiz. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Don't worry, this won't be graded. This is just to assess our current level of knowledge, but also to get us engaged and thinking. So we'll try to move through this quickly and get ready to submit your answers once you read the questions. The first question is, what can be powered by solar? A, water pumps, B, lights, C, medical equipment, or D, all of the above. Okay, some said lights, some said all of the above, one for water pumps. Okay, this is a pretty introductory question. Most everybody said D, all of the above. So, right, we know that all of these things can be powered by solar, right? We have the technology available that can take energy from the sun, convert it to electricity, and power these different types of products. So the correct answer here, hit enter, or H again, enter, is D, all of the above. Okay, great job for those of you who got this. Next question, how do solar panels produce energy? On to the next question, how do solar panels produce energy? Is it A, the sun heats the panels, B, photovoltaic effect, C, rain from clouds, or D, fossil fuels? Okay, a lot of people said A. Some said B, photovoltaic effect. That's a tricky word. Yeah. Nobody thinks rain. Anyone want to be bold and guess rain? Okay, most of our answers are A. So a lot of people said A. Let's see the correct answer here. Enter. So you pick up, but hopefully. That's why B is the correct answer here. One of the unique things about solar and temperature is that it actually has the opposite effect. So as the sun heats the solar panels, they actually become less efficient. It's counterintuitive, but voltage actually decreases as the panels get more hot. I don't know if you do that yet, but that's something we'll learn in this training too. So it's a counterintuitive effect of temperature. But the correct answer here is photovoltaic effect. Okay, number 3. What is one incentive to use solar energy? What is one incentive to use solar energy? Is it A, high capital expenses, B, low O&M costs, C, high barriers to entry, or D, short equipment lifespan? Go ahead and submit your answers now.
Well, you guys show the answer. Why answer did not appear?
Okay, so you can press H. So let's see the results.
Okay.
Okay, most of you said B, low operations and maintenance costs. If you said A, B, C. So this is an incentive to use solar energy. This means we're motivated to use solar energy. So let's see the correct answer, Tosin. B, low operations and maintenance costs. So that's the reason we want to use solar is because there's low operations and maintenance costs, right? Okay, let's go on to number 4. How can solar systems be sustainable? So how can solar systems be sustainable? Is it A, the needs request must come from the ministries of health and education, determine accountability and goals of each partner, C, ensure the energy capacity assessment is done professionally, or D, all of the above? Some said C, some B, most said D. Okay, does anyone want to be a brave volunteer and explain their answer? Does anyone want to explain their answer? Why did they choose B, C, or D? Maybe the next question, we'll get a volunteer. So the correct answer here is, oh, hit H again, Tosa. D, all of the above. All of these things are important to ensure the sustainability of a solar project. Correct answer is D. Of course, all of them are important. That's why D is the correct answer. So let's do number 5. Which is a type of solar powered water system? Is it A, solar only? B, solar plus batteries? C, solar plus grid? Or D, all of the above? Okay, we have a volunteer to explain his answer.
It can operate frankly. They will increase. They depend on. See, the event has coverage.
Great. Let's hear a round of applause for a volunteer. Okay, so the correct answer here is D, all of the above. These are all different types of solar water systems. And you see for answers B and C, we're integrating other forms of power. We can combine both solar and batteries and solar and the grid. There's unique technology that allows us to do that. Okay, number 6, which is not one of the 5 steps of solar powered water system design. Which is not one of the 5 steps of solar powered water system design. Okay, that is solar. And PV stands for photovoltaic. It's the solar system design. Okay, so it's about V, what it stands for. It stands for photovoltaic. Photovoltaic is referring to solar design. So if you think solar design was in, yeah, probably. The correct answer here is B, energy needs assessment. Some of you might be surprised by that. But we'll learn about the 5 steps of solar powered water system design. And you'll see how each of those is an important component to the design steps. So that was tricky. Maybe that you threw some people off there, but that's designing the solar system is a very important step in designing the solar powered water system. So let's move on to number 7. What are the main aspects that contribute to the sustainability of a solar project? What are the main aspects that contribute to the sustainability of a solar project? Okay, a lot of people think D, all of the above. So system ownership, regular maintenance, and proper operation are all important to sustainability, right? You guys agree?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So the correct answer here is D, all of the above. Let's move on to number 8. I like this question. Who is responsible if the system stops working? Is it A, the design engineer, B, the community or institution leaders, C, the party who agrees to manage the system, or D, all of the above? Go ahead and submit your answers. Okay, we have a mix. We have a mix of answers here. D, and then a lot of people said D, none of the above. No one is responsible. I don't know about that one. Anyone want to explain their answer? Why did they choose A, B, C, or D? Some says B. Could I have a volunteer explain? Vote none?
I choose C because the party agreed to manage the system took the responsibility to maintain, to make it sustain.
So down a round of applause. What about someone who said A, the design engineer? Who said A, the design engineer? We always blame the design engineer, yeah? They should take responsibility, maybe. And then some said none of the above. Does anyone want to explain none of the above? Maybe in our field of work, this is what actually happens. A system stops working and no one takes responsibility, right? That's a problem, right? If no one takes responsibility, the system is not going to get started again. So someone must take responsibility. And Soknan was correct. The correct answer here is C. It's the party who agrees to manage the system. But what we found is in a lot of projects, there's no agreement at the beginning. There's no written agreement that establishes who is responsible. So signed agreements, contracts are also very important in these types of systems. The correct answer here is C. The party who agrees to manage the system is responsible. Now they may go back to the design engineer and say, why did this fail? But it's their responsibility to initiate that conversation. All right, number 9, tariffs are a way to support financial sustainability of a solar project. True or false? Tariffs are a way to support financial sustainability of a solar project. Said true. Great. Okay, let's see the correct answer here. A, true. Yeah, tariffs can be a great way to support financial sustainability for a project. Can anyone think of other ways to support financial sustainability? Any other ideas for creative ways to encourage financial sustainability of a project? In session later, where we'll teach about some of these, but we'd love to hear from you creative ideas you have about supporting financial sustainability of a project. Okay, number 10. This is the last question. Which of the following is not a successful trait of effective solar business models? Which of the following is not a successful trait of effective business models? Is it A, accountability, B, low cost recovery, C, tax exemptions and subsidies, or D, consolidated services?
Okay. Yeah. So very interesting. Okay, so you can see this. Yes.
Try to submit your answers here. We got a lot of different answers. It's like B is the most popular. So again, these are traits that we're looking for, that one that is not a successful trait of effective business models. So the most popular answer was B. Let's see the correct answer. Okay, B, low cost recovery is not a successful trait. Can anyone who said B give the reason or explanation? Be shy. Remember, this is participatory. We need your engagement. So can anyone share why they said B? Low cost recovery. Okay, thank you.
How can we support technology?
Exactly, right? If we invest, but there's no cost recovery, if it's low, we can't make it sustainable. It's not an effective business model. Great job. Okay, give yourselves a round of applause for the great participation.
All right. Right now we will enter the topic for today, the good quiz, and we can start with the basic information or the basic thing why we will use the solar as the power. Basic of solar power and its application. This session will cover the following topics. The first one, the benefit of using solar power. Yeah, this is very important for us because without the benefit, maybe we will not this kind of power. The second one, how solar panel works. Yeah, we must know how the solar panel can work to for many component or many kind of the electrical thing we will use. The last one, the basic step of implementing solar project. Yeah, this is we'll be learning some of steps during we want to the implementing for the solar project. Asia Pacific. So we about this active transition toward renewable energy. Yeah, this is the why I said this. We want to put the concern because we're talking about the transition about the one thing to another thing. Yeah. The last training we did in the Mongolia, we so excited because something is already happened there. And I observed it's the same thing is happening in Cambodia too. Because right now we observe in the road, it's many vehicle right now is already used like the what is like hybrid power. That's right. The hybrid power is in one car they can use electricity and they can use petrol or something like that. So it means they already starting with the transition. Yeah. So right now we're talking about the renewable energy. Yes. Like we put the concern about the climate changing or the climate crisis, it's really important for us to thinking for our future. Yeah. Right now, like in our city, Cambodia, Phnom maybe so many vehicles running every day, and then put the contribution for the emission CO2. Yeah, so because then we want to thinking for our future, how for us can bring in the transition from the old source of power to the renewable energy. Okay, so maybe I will step from here. It is for me. Second one is policies, target, regulatory regime, challenge, and risks vary per country. So when talking about this thing, maybe every country they have a different regulation from one country and another country. Or talking deeper whether according to this one and how the policies, target, and challenge actually happen with each country to use this kind of power. Rapid growth in solar energy adoption and installation capacities. Yeah, when we see the picture in the right side, they have starting from 2016 until 2021, we can see the graphic of the using the solar power is increase is very significant. Maybe we have a question. Why this is look like it's increasing more significant like that? Anybody have answer for this thing? Anybody want to give contribution to sharing why the solar power right now starting from 2016 and 2021 look like it's more increase? One reason? What's that? Okay, yeah, share some now.
Reason is saving money
Yeah.
by using solar, more saving than using the electricity.
Yes, thank you. So I think this is a more interesting reason for us to using the solar power. So we want to save cost, and we will talking deeper about that one. And market dynamic are creating opportunities for solar in the health, education, and work sector. Maybe we can develop from another purposes too. So right now, we will learn about why solar. Why solar? Why we use the solar as the source of power? Yeah. The first one, the cost of solar is rapidly decreasing and it's only 1% of what it was in the early 80s. So it's been when we want to using the solar, it's been from the 100 years ago, the cost is not significant increasing. Yeah, only 1%. So it's been when we will apply the solar, it will be more give us the benefit because we will saving a lot of money, not in the first time, not from in the investment, but for the long term. Number two, high and constant solar radiation is most area where really organization works. So it will be learning later on why we need solar in our place, in our country, because we're thinking about the solar radiation. Yeah, solar irradiation is mean we can get a lot of time during the day to get the sunlight to use the solar. Number three, why we solar, the private sector for solar is booming in developing country to provide quality. Yeah. And robust the available technology for solar, especially solar panel and inverters. This is another reason. Scalability is possible due to the improving simplicity of technology. Yeah. During the solar, this is not too much, not many like design or everything is look like it's so simple to using solar. This day and tomorrow, we will learning how this is so simple. Like I said, this is, because there's a lot of the people will be more interesting to solar compare another source of power. Environmentally friendly, due to no emission. This is the first one. Greenhouse gases or fuels, fossil fuels. So this is really interesting because the solar environment is friendly. Yeah, do not emission. Yeah, and silent. Yeah, this is after we ask you why solar, we will know what the advantage of solar. Yeah, the first one, the low operation cost, since it uses sunlight, no fuel. Everybody agree here?
Yes.
Low cost operation. Why?
Yeah.
Why it will be a low operation cost? You can share your idea why it's become low operation. If you want to use the solar power, you will be by the sunlight. Exactly, no, right? So it's become the low cost because we don't need to pay anything for the get the sunlight. Yeah. So the second one, no need to dependency of fuel supply chains or faulty energy electric grids. This is the interesting part. This one we will use the solar. We will make distance to using the fuel supply. It's been we will not according the fuel. Yeah. And when we use the electric grid as our power at home, maybe this is will be no supply for this one, so we will not get any electricity. But with solar, according our area here, maybe in 1 years, we almost every day we can get the sunlight. Low regular maintenance requirements since there are no moving parts. And then we will know this one because this is low regular maintenance requirement. When we apply the solar, this will be very low operation cost. Because if we compare during we use like the diesel generators, for the diesel generators for maintenance, can you give me the idea? What you will spend for the diesel generator? Change the oil? That's correct, right? Change the filter? Buy the fuel? Yeah. So it's will be many costs. Yeah. When we compare with the solar, this is a little bit low, really low maintenance. Yeah. The important thing, one is just cleaning the solar panels, not covering by the dust, yeah, or maybe. But here, maybe it's really small cost to maintenance the solar. No pollution or noise. Yeah, like we know, like example, I want to compare with the diesel generator is when we in the night, like out like that, and we turn on the generator. Maybe our neighbor will be struggling with the noise, yeah. But when you have solar with all the equipment for that one, it's keep silent, so you can hear anything, no noise pollution. And then extended project lifetime. Since solar panels are typically warranted for 25 years. I don't know any have a source of power they can give lifetime warranty until 25 hours. Did you know any another maybe diesel generator they have give you warranty 25 years for guarantee? I don't think so. And have experience here. Anybody have experience with another source of power with the life guarantee, life warranty until 1? But the solar panel, to be the good one, they can give us a warranty for 25 years. And then the last one, modular solution that can be expanded easily. So like, I just try to want to compare with the diesel generator example. Yeah, when our maybe we get, I get the explanation with the small scope, flying on the needed from our host. Example, our host needed 5 kilowatt, yeah, and then our host is according to the depot, we need 20 kilowatt. So what the purposes for the previously source of power, like the generator? So we must change it, right? We must change it. We must buy the new one, and change the previous one with the bigger one. But what the solution for the solar is that is we can buy a new solar panel and we can add it. So the previous one, we still can use it. Yeah. So this is the benefit things, the advantage.
Depend on what you compare to.
Yeah, yeah.
For example, sometimes on the maintenance cost, we mentioned that some activity for cleaning and generator just off. And yeah, like it start of the latest thing with use the mentioned non human generated source by department. The so for example, start as high power and it on it well, not that if we compare to this kind of
So, but yeah, because sometimes like some places, yeah, like maybe I don't know in the Cambodia or Phnom Penh, maybe you can put on a 24-hour a day or something like that. But sometimes in the some area, in the rural area, yeah, it's not option to use the grid because the grid is the reliability is not really good. Yeah, sometimes they just provide in the evening until something like that, and then black out, no power anymore. Yeah, this is kind of if we want to compare like that. Maybe yeah, sometimes this is good like the for the grid. That's why the government provide the grid. It's not the put for the communities easier. Yeah, compared with the diesel generator. Source of the power. Yeah. Okay, right now we want to come first to the challenge of the solar. Like I said, they have the advantage, but they still have the challenge. Yeah, like Mr. Surya said before, this is another challenge right now we were talking about the solar. Yeah. The first one, chemical costs are typically higher. Yeah, but life cycle costs are lower. Yeah. When you want to apply this kind of solar kind of power, look like in the beginning it will be higher. Yeah, when you solar panel or maybe needed to provide batteries in the evening time. Yeah, maybe to transfer from DC to AC current. Yeah, we need to make the capital costs are typically higher than the another option for our incentive. Yeah, like our quiz before. Yeah, because the lack of incentive is building the organization to adopt renewable energy. Inability to properly show benefit to donor and management. Yeah, this thing is related same with the previous one because when we not can show the benefit, the strong benefit from the kind of power, maybe the donors or the management is really taking twice time. Yeah, because we refer to the first challenge, this is typical higher for cost. So that's why the people sometimes, oh, why you use the solar? why we must use solar? Because this is high. So without we can tell them the really another benefit like the long-term saving cost, something like that, maybe it's not easy to adopt this kind of power. And then, the system is dependent on solar radiation level. But in Cambodia, because it's not too quite far from the equator, so but in some places, this is become the issue. Yeah, because the relation of the sun is will be really influence of the. So I don't think so. It's become issue in the Cambodia because we near to the equator, right? So maybe or 7 hours a day we can get the good sunlight. Yeah. And then limited availability of qualified technician and spare part. I think this is still happen in Phnom Penh or even in Phnom Penh. How about maybe we can go to the countryside? It's more become another issue, yeah. With the limited availability for qualified technician. When we want to apply this kind of source of power, sometimes we face the. It's not easy to get the technician here, which one can solve the problem we face. At the time we have the project here in Cambodia with my colleagues here to looking something. We want to support the kind of needed. We were already looking around in the Phnom Penh. It's still difficult to find the spare part. We must go to Thailand, something like that. Yeah. So maybe this is another challenge for us to using the solar. And then the water stakeholders have not institutionalized their solar expertise. Yeah, this is related with the before the previous thing because well, the expert to make it design or not before design, we must do assessment, something. Or anybody here have another challenge or apprentice? Okay, you can share here. It's really good.
So thank you for that. It's not about the sharing challenge, but my question related to the number one is that the capacity, the capital cost is higher, but the life cycle is long, so we have any cost analysis compared to the
Okay.
capital one time investment and
Yeah.
but why you compare to guarantee to pay. You didn't pay every month, so our life saving important and benefit from the system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So according to this one, actually, later on we will go in more deeper in the next session. But I can describe a little bit of this thing. Like I told you before, when we starting to use this kind of this power, in the beginning, this investment will be not look like, it must be high. Yeah, it's not be high. But after that one happened, so for the maintenance, it really will be low. Yeah, like example, but this is according what the need. Yeah, like how many kilowatt we will use. That will determine how many solar panel will be used at the for the project of the wash and sanitation. For this will be liter, we need it, well, how many liter per day we need for the water. So it's been included to using the kind of pump. So must be select the correct pump to can using for this project. So example, we want to for the healthy or maybe so maybe we will think what kind of the equipment we will use. Yeah. We need to buy the inverter. Which one we buy the good one? The price will be high. Later after the section, we will show the graphic when we choose that one. So actually, this is why when we want to use the solar power, in the beginning will be high compared for the long term because the low cost for the maintenance. Yeah, it's maybe for the detail later we can tell you for the next section. Anybody? Yes. Okay.
Experience in other countries, this high capex, high capital investment, often but as you correctly put it, we need to analyze the entire life cycle cost of the system, whether it's a water system, whether it's installation for school or healthcare facility. But then you have throughout the lifetime of the facility, you have a sense of the money that you have invested. So you don't invest money on the beginning, you invest the money also for duration and management. So I think the section of life cycle cost is going to be very, very interesting. And also to mention that in terms of solar radiation, I don't remember if it was the UNDP or World Bank report, but actually Cambodia is one of the countries globally with highest solar radiation globally. So Cambodia is a lot of capacity in terms of solar energy distribution of the north. And it was this very interesting chart showing the one bar was the level of solar radiation was very high, bigger than Germany, China, Thailand. Installed capacity was very so a lot of opportunity.
Excellent. Like I said, we just thinking for long term, not in the short period, but for the long term. Because actually the solar panel they have a warranty until 25 years. And for the irradiation for the solar, it's agree. I think we will not have the issue with one when we use the solar as the power here, because along the day we can get the solar power. Because we have experience in our project in Cambodia, so we don't have many issue related to sunlight. So every day we can get that one. Okay, anybody want to share? Please can take the link in your table.
Actually, now they will share at the children the in Cambodia. I mean, the solar might not working right under the IT in Cambodia might not be able to install it any. Maybe the system was stolen by some.
Okay, thank you, thank you. This is another challenging get here right now is the temperature, the high temperature. Maybe later in the technical thing, Jordan will describe. It's really influence the power will be produced or not. Maybe later on Jordan will think about this one. And for the security, yes, according our project doing department in Cambodia, so we must really care about these things. So we must talk into the community, what this area, make the fence, something like that, covering to make it for safety. This is another challenge to this, right? Anybody have another thought about that and your challenge?
Yes, I understand about it. And but
Okay. So Jordan, for the technical is no, is more than, but the clothing, this is not true, right? It's not true. So the effect glasses not to increasing the temperature, like I said, but maybe like, Yeah, but until now, we not get so many issue, even from the worldwide organization related to this thing. Yeah, okay. Thank you, but we will learn and share deeper about that one. Yes, sir. We have mic over there.
Regarding to the use. Really depend on the capacity of the battery. What we like. But
The quality of the
when
product.
lifespan of the battery go down, we put the indicator show. It's 50. That's not. Yes.
Okay.
And we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
But about this. What's the point of slide? So, last, multiplication. The actually, we can talk about.
Emphasize on this one because, like you said before, the what the disadvantage of the solar, yeah, because sometimes you get basic the drawback of the tools like the battery or inverter, something like that. And later on during the another session, Jordan will guide us how to make this time because then later on we'll look what the step from the project when which one we want to shift solar. The first is the assessment. Yeah, during the assessment, later on we're talking about the assessment, what kind we need the data from the assessment, and then decide. After the design, we must which kind of part we will buy. Yeah, this is a really important thing too. Yeah, when we buy this kind of the solar panel or this one. Maybe to use the number one, maybe we will spend more cost. But when we select to use the another, this is cheaper. But later on we will learn according to this thing. Okay? This will be interesting, sir. I guarantee you will get the answer later on about the, for the explanation related. But and for the temperature, yeah, Jordan will be telling deeper to about this one, but in our experience, because I'm staying in Indonesia, so you know Indonesia look like it's similar with Cambodia. We have the same direction nearby, right? And the temperature is really high to there, and but until now, all the projects still can working well. At least we make the good design in the beginning. Yeah, so we can predict it, everything. We want to enough solar panel, and after they can run, still using exactly correct, yeah, for the thing. Okay, before we jump to another slide, still have another thought about disadvantage or advantage. You can share, this is good thing, yeah.
Telling me of the product, yeah, but it could be. Point number five, I think it's a Bible of quality, but some is as you know that the number of the user of the solar panel in Cambodia is not much. First, okay. One that can be is not like a program for.
Yeah.
And the second thing is not like, for example, like another project that think about the yes, the program. You got the program from the ground, you know, they have some style from the project. We can quite fun. And so I think that it can be another thing that might have. So but it's not. It's also about the function of so not to be just directly. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So we will put the concern to for that one because the limited ability to qualify technician and spare part because this is mostly will be effective for the user. Yeah. Maybe the users will be not agree to use this kind of solar. Okay, thank you, yes, sir.
That we have made for the solar installation. Our study with the solar installation, we can do it if we investment is very high and the rate of return. So if you can actually agree, we are quite good money. And this three, and some are big for us. So at the end, we cannot solve they not get fine. There is one challenge that we cannot move
For solar.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I think this is most important to because we must thinking and for the regulation which happen in this country. Yeah. So like we said, in each country maybe they have own regulation related this thing. So, but like you said, not when we want to use the solar as a power, we need the batteries. This is correct, but not 100% correct because we can use directly source for that one, like the sample before the picture from our project. We use solar power is directly to the pump. Yeah, so it's mean we don't need any like inverter or we don't need like a battery, something like that. But they have a kind of pump they can use directly to use the power solar. Yeah, but later on with the we will more deeper about this thing. But according to the regulation, what happened here, we need to sit again with the authority for that one more deeper about this thing, so we can get more the benefit from that time. Yeah. Okay, still have another one. Okay, ma'am. Yes. It's so many challenging here. Yeah, it's very interesting because we want to.
Solar company is a lot of complicated the technical is really low and investor in Cambodia, and we have even had the Boston private and a lot of rights is right and also quality and also the health operations like that is even our country like this Thailand they have a lot about this one but I think one thing already done kind of I was and then they find that they just found before and that also is we also what's the energy of clean energy. And some as a right all around that's what and so now not only convert from the sunlight, we can convert from the water. Also Cambodia, we have cement in Cambodia. They also want to store energy when they convert. That is to be used to become efficient redemption to achieve our saving that is also about just I have to spend on as and if we say I energy issue, but it will affect on we are on consumption of this BSIA. Talk of this assessment is the country noise air pollution around the people also and possibly not it is the same but for the solar and especially electricity just so even if they operate energy they have policy to achieve all and it's 20 they have electricity every household. But the solar power is still on 10 because we on the program maybe 80% issue they are book office. Okay. We and also go check and also
Chairman. So I think right now we want to jump to another step first and then get a bit challenge and advantage here. So maybe a lot of the engineers here already know how the solar panel is work, but I want to say this slide, the solar panel convert energy from the start into usable energy. Yeah, like from the in the picture, the start we hit the solar panel and then we produce the energy. But how does that work? To understand how solar panel actually work, it's important to remember that all of electron of or charge, charge. Batteries have a positive and negative side, which force the electron to flow. Yeah, this flow of charges creates visible energy. Yeah, this is the illustration with what the flow of electron. How solar panel works, the details in solar panel work is the same. They have one positive and one negative side. Yeah, and the right side is the speed of the solar panels. When the sunlight hits the solar modules, the energy or photons force the electron to flow from the positive side to the negative side, creating visible. This is known as the photovoltaic effect. Yeah. How the solar panel works? Okay. This is the video. Easier to give us some information.
I'll need your microphone.
Okay.
I need to use it to get the sound.
Yes.
Thanks. 1 second. Let me try this. I think it's just the file.
The Earth intercepts a lot of solar power, 173,000 terawatts. That's 10,000 times more power than the planet's population uses. So is it possible that one day the world could be completely reliant on solar energy? To answer that question, we first need to examine how solar
Sorry, everyone. I think it can come through the microphone. No?
Có chạm đi đâu?
Let me try with just the microphone. You can plug it in? Yeah, the Wi-Fi is fine. And now do you want to try?
Okay.
intercepts a lot of solar power, 173,000 terawatts. That's 10,000 times more power than the planet's.
Headphones? Let me try again. I think it's working now.
Talking like yeah.
Okay, good. Ready, everyone? I think we got it working. You can pay attention up here for the video. Back to
Okay, I found that video very helpful and informative. Hopefully you did too. Were there any questions that you had or clarifications I could explain that came up when watching the video? Maybe on how solar panels work, some of the challenges at play? Sense? Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to thank you for your close presentation. Next, we'd like to get your contact information. So no need to scan this right now, but we're going to have a break time. And what I'd like each one of you to do is come up and scan this QR code and fill out the attendance form during the break time. It's great for us to be able to stay in contact with you, and we want to be able to support you in your work and know about what you're doing. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. We'll come back around 10:30. And during the break time, you can come up and scan the QR code. Okay? All right, see you back at 10:30. And I think there might be refreshments outside.
I can stay on. Great job, Kosa. Thank you. You did awesome. See the responses.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for this one.
Mhm.
Yeah. We can remind. Yes. We can remind.
Yeah.
The office is near from here.
Yeah, no, not really, but okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many kilometers?
1 kilo.
1 kilo?
Yeah.
Near to the.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Change square. Change
Oh,
square,
okay.
near
So the square, the.
yeah, in one, no, near the small, near the small hill, the center of Nobel.
Yeah, congratulations.
About?
Football.
I feel bad. The accident happened.
Oh, yeah.
So, I feel.
This is the second, right? After how many years? Actually, what is that? The champion? The football, yeah. Oh, it's already long time ago. It's only 32 now. 32. Oh. But you volleyball or what?
In private job, volleyball.
Oh, okay. Volleyball, yeah. Volleyball.
That's where I have in a row.
I'm so sorry for during the sickness. I'm not seeing anything. In the moment, yeah. So,
Event of the 5 year.
oh, really?
The coach.
The volleyball?
Yeah.
It's not the
The
football? Okay. Is it coach, right? Not like
Coach.
Yeah.
So police. Hiring policemen.
Oh, really? Both the five squad?
The
The main,
You coach, the main coach.
yeah, the main coach, yeah. In this, in start, oh, I forget. Start three, yeah. Yeah.
They play with the coach.
We got free, oh, really?
Yeah.
All the Asian. But I just got the flight, it will be 2 p.m.
Today.
Yeah, today. They stay here.
Oh, did you meet
I
someone?
not meet them because in the morning, the breakfast, still nobody come.
Okay, too early.
Oh, they stay in this company hotel.
Yeah. I just know in the reception is first time that I take it.
You want to have some tonight?
Okay, I will take just put here the short one. Oh,
Well, I want to jump in.
that's maybe for life.
I would control it. You know the job season.
Ủa dạ, mà tại sao? Anh biết, đúng qua hay.
Well, people watch. I get from one.
Ồ,
Tao. Tiếng trong lối là
nó anh đi nhé, bà trên tin. Đi đi, phải đi đến tu bạn. Đi đi, phải không? Thành ra phải thành còn.
ở đây bạn
Ở tên là bạn bạn
cao
ở đi bán điểm. Biết cho nó thành mai. Thì mà nó sẽ khác theo một bạn làm rồi. Để cho mình mà tin mặt bot làm của tại vì là việc
trong plastic mà balik ke lahat berapa kita oh hey pasti pasti I mean, I can't find the one.
That is for you. And
How many responses?
11.
11.
Just 11.
Ah. Okay.
And one. Okay, maybe we can continue our training. And I need to back again to this room. Some of you maybe still not fill the attendance form, so it's really we need to fill it out first because it's important for me and the barcode there and can all the time.
How many people? 12. So totally we have 40.
Right now, we just have 12 people already done with the form, and actually, we have 40 attendants, so less than 50%. So you can have the form first. Thank you.
Now when we go to 12:30.
12:30. If I think it.
So
12:30.
yeah, next we just have a little bit of this, which I can go through.
Yes.
And then do you want to take assessment?
It's okay. Just we will share which one for you first.
Yeah, I can start now.
Okay.
Yeah, which sections do you like?
Like the what the assessment or what? We can cut a little and not sure just like something to be. Right now you will until which one?
We're starting here. I can explain about this.
Yeah.
And then solar arrays, this, and then we go into the steps.
Yeah, because right now that's unique. By perspective of the
Restricting.
Yeah. When it's pretty something is this.
Okay. That's a big challenge.
And they get any penalty.
I heard the same. So maybe we'll save that until after lunch or tomorrow to discuss.
Yeah, because they do not have the soap on this one or at least but actually, right? Regulation, the restriction is mostly the. Yeah. Okay, so which one you need for me to?
I think you can talk about, if you want to talk about assessment, you can,
Okay, yeah,
if you're comfortable with that,
yes,
and then I can discuss design.
okay. Yeah, that's good. So we just always like this, yeah.
Yeah, sure. And then after design, maybe I can do this or.
But yeah, this is because it's important to respect of because the lifetime of something. Maybe to like the one and
Copy the video. Video is missing. So that should work. Okay, so then I'll start.
Yeah. Explain the.
Better?
This. These are things.
Yep.
Okay, we're up to 5. So if you haven't had a chance to get attendance form, please do that now. And scan the QR code on the screen, submit your contact information. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm going to remind us of our. Okay. So the attendance form, put your phone down.
Yeah.
Flip it over maybe so you don't get distracted. We're going to jump back into the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, so before we went to break, we had a video that explained how solar panels worked. Okay, so I just want to review that quickly. This represents a sort of a cross section of a typical solar panel. As the video explained, there are two different types of silicone that are part of the solar panel. One is positive and one is negative. And the line in between is called the p-n junction. The p-n junction. Now what happens here is photons or light particles hit the top of the solar panel. So light comes in, and then it causes electrons to move. As the photons hit the top, the positive side, they jump to the negative, and it creates a circuit of electricity. So this is called the photovoltaic effect. That was on the quiz. Remember PV, photovoltaic effect. So this is the basic principles of how solar panels work. Does that make sense to everyone? Does anyone have questions on that before we continue? Everybody understanding? Yes? Say again?
I want to I teach about the solar access. Wow. Yeah, I want to line in for second one.
Are you curious? You know the basics here, but you want to know how to use solar panels. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, great question. So that's what we're going to discuss next. So we'll talk a little bit about the how solar panels work and then how to use them practically. So there are three main parameters that influence the energy production from solar panels. So the power production that comes from solar panels is controlled by three main parameters or variables. The first one is the specifications of the solar panel. So has anyone seen a solar panel before? In person? Yes, most of us. What is on the back of the solar panel? back of the solar panel? You don't know? Yeah. So there's a positive and a negative wire that comes from the back, but also there's usually a sticker. Have you guys seen the sticker on the back of the solar panels? Yeah, some of you. What is the sticker? You don't know. Okay. The sticker has the specifications of the solar panel. So not all solar panels are the same, right? Some are good quality, some are bad quality, but also some have high energy capacity and others are low. So there might be a solar panel that's 400 watts and a different solar panel is 200 watts. Do you think they perform differently? Yes, yeah, very differently. So those specifications are a key parameter that influences energy production. So the solar panel specifications. The second one is the irradiance. The irradiance from the sun. So this map on the bottom right corner shows the irradiance for different locations in the world. Do you think it matters where you are located in the world? How much energy you can produce?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Cambodia very sunny? Yeah. Most of the year? Is there a rainy season too? Okay, so there's rainy season. But the amount of solar irradiance coming from the sun affects how much energy can be produced by solar panels. The last one, and this is what I mentioned earlier, is surprising. The temperature of the solar panels affects their performance as well. But as the solar panels get more and more hot, the performance actually goes down. It's surprising, but it's based on the inefficiencies. So as the solar panels become more and more hot, they become less efficient. They actually produce less voltage. So that's kind of a surprising fact. And I know Cambodia is very hot a lot of the time, right? So you may even be able to think of creative ways to cool the solar panels, maybe by putting water on top to keep them cool, to be able to improve efficiency. But this is listed third because it's the least important factor. The two above it, the specifications and the irradiance, are the most important controlling factors. Question? Yeah. Use the microphone.
Questions, but the concern about specification and the quality of the solar panel, how can you trust it? Marks, but it's not there. How can you trust this?
Yeah, great question. Did everyone hear the question? How can we trust the product? We're going to watch a video in a few minutes that will discuss and explain that, but it's very important. Glad you raised that question, because even some panels have specifications, but maybe they say that they're good, but they're not so good.
And to him, how do we notify this is the high quality through our emails?
Yeah, great question. Well, as I mentioned, we'll show a video in a few minutes that will go through all the detail of that. I think that's a topic of interest, so we'll cover it. Any other questions about these? It's clear? Yeah, kind of? Okay, if you have questions, please raise your hand and ask, because maybe your question is something that someone else is also thinking of too. So your question may be helpful for them.
The ground on the ground, I see the ground. Some from the China and from the others. the whole city depends. on
The trade-off, yeah, as cost goes down, maybe quality goes down too. But yeah, we'll go into all the detail of that later. I think we can advance here and so a solar array is many solar panels connected together. Because sometimes one solar panel is not enough for what you need. So you can string many of them together to create a solar array. There are two different ways to string panels together. You can put them in parallel or in series. Have you guys heard of that before? Parallel and series? Yeah. So when you string together panels in parallel, it increases the voltage. And current remains the same, but voltage increases. When you string together panels in, sorry, I may have said that wrong. When you string together panels in series, the voltage increases. When you string together panels in parallel, the current increases. And so you can be strategic in the way that you arrange the solar panels and wire them to increase voltage and increase current according to your needs, according to your design. That's an important way we would design a solar array. So what can be powered by solar? We already heard a little bit about this on the quiz. We can power healthcare facilities, schools, and water systems, among many other applications. But an important question is, how can solar systems be sustainable? We need to make these sustainable so they're long-lasting. First, the request must come from the Ministries of Health and Education. So if this project is for a school or a healthcare facility, the Ministry of Health and Education must give the request. And this is important because they are going to be the ones who maintain and own the system in the long term. And so they need to give the demand, the initiative for the systems. It's also important to determine the accountability and roles of each partner. So in a project, before it begins, each party should know their role and be held accountable for their role and responsibilities. And the last step is a professional energy capacity assessment should be done. This is an important step, and we're going to talk about assessment in a second. Tosa will lead us in that conversation. And completing a professional assessment is critical. If we get the assessment wrong, the rest of the design might be wrong. If we don't know what needs we're trying to meet, then the way that we design the system won't be accurate for the actual needs. So Tosa, I'll let you introduce this next and go through the steps of implementing a solar project. So how do you approach a solar project and what are the steps?
Right now, we want to jump to the step, which one is really important, when we want to implementing the solar project. That's it. Why I said it's really important. Maybe you can imagine when we want to deploy one construction, like a building. So what the really important in the first one, when you build the building? Any thought? What's really important? I hear slowly, but not too loud. Somebody tell about foundation, right? Yeah. So it's been we want to talk about foundation of the project. This is talking deeper for every step later on, and procurement and installation. So this is like we talking when Jordan mentioned about the quality, and we will be talking deeper in that section, operation and maintenance. Yeah. When again to the assessment, which one I tell you, this is really the important thing. Like when we want to build some building, it will look like a foundation. Yeah, because according this thing, according the assessment, we will move forward to another step, like design. Yeah, but this is really important because without the correct assessment, we will not achieve the successful from the project we design, we planning. So the first one, engage with stakeholder. Yeah, this is really important. We must sitting together. Yeah, for all the stakeholder will be involved in this project. Like example, maybe we can whether with the government or maybe with the private company or something with the NGO or many organizations. So we must sitting together and the community exactly. Yeah. So learning, agreeing on clearly stating the project needs and goal with stakeholder is crucial. So when we will sitting together, not in the middle of the project, yeah, it's really need for us to sitting together in the front of the project of the stakeholder. We will know and we will agree for everything. Maybe there will be look like will increasing some of the cost investment or something like that. So the stakeholder already know in the beginning, not in the middle. Yeah. So that's why it's very crucial. They make it crucial to doing the understanding between one and each other in the project. And number two, determine the energy requirement. Yeah. So the stakeholder, the people will involve this the project must be know clearly about this thing. This is the key activities for the assessment, working in collaboration with beneficiary and local authorities. Yeah, because sometimes when we're working in some area, in rural area like that, maybe it will be different regulation will be happen in that area. So must be clear in the beginning. Yeah, maybe we can involve with the local government, so we can sitting, we share what the project, what the cost, and how the method, how for anything, the need and everything we will know in this phase. Listen to the beneficiary's point of view. Yeah, this is very important to when we doing the assessment to listening. Yeah, because during we did the assessment, we not only take the data by the only the raw information we got. Yeah. So we go to into the community hearing. We must listen exactly what they need about the project. Example, we doing in the WASP. When the community we really know how many liters per day they need for the water. So it will be influenced for the next step, yeah, for the design and another thing. So we must listen, and we must listen to from another stakeholder. We will involve, like we working with the school, yeah, in the some area. So exactly what the regulation, what they need, what the expectation for the project will be happen, yeah. This is the second one is listening. The listen for the beneficiary's point of view. Ensure the project plan reflect the need. Yeah. So during the assessment, we will know the project, the plan of the project, is will be reflect the need or not. Yeah. If the project later on is not reflected by the need of the staff of the community, this will be the project will be failed. Yeah. So this is we can make the reason we not can continue the project over there because this not really reflected the need from the community. If we still keep moving, we already know this is will be not running well. Yeah. So that's why the assessment is very important. Assessment, data collection for the solar project. Yeah, communities on all project. The first one, community population. Yeah, this is the exact example, what kind of data we need from the site. Yeah, the first, like the community population, how many community, how many people we will serve according to project. Yeah, electricity use pattern. We already can predict it. Yeah, how many people will be use the electricity? So what kind they will use? How big capacity they will need for each of the example family or people to use the electricity? Community participation. So we still need the data. Like example, in the early I heard about the security, right? So this is really important to us to knowing to engage with community. This will be the same area, the same community. During the project later on, we already installed the solar panel, and the second day the solar panel is gone. So it's really useless, yeah. So that's why we must be engaged with the community, and we know how far the participation from the community to involve this project, yeah. So existing power source. So what kind of power source right now available in this community? So example, the grid. So how reliability for the grid in the community? So this or this or this will become another advantage or disadvantage. So we will know in the beginning. Okay, location. Yeah, this is another thing we know. We must know the data about the location because it's related to topography. Because, example, in this place, a little is mountainous, something like that. So we will know which one the good place to put the solar array, which one the place to put maybe example for the pump when we talking about the wash, and which one the good position for us to make the water storage, something like that, is must be knowing detail according the location. Available existing infrastructure. So we must know too, according this one, is it will be the existing infrastructure is will be support us or not too many affected? Because example, like, maybe we come to one community and actually the community already have the borehole. So when we will make the design later on, we must know how the capacity the borehole can support for this project. Yeah, how the characteristic of the borehole. So we must know the existing infrastructure they already have in the community. But institution have special consideration. Yeah, every institution, every organization, every stakeholder, there will be have the special consideration. Yeah, the first one, additional population and needs. Yeah, like example, when we're talking with the water mission, example, so water mission already have the special consideration. How many population in one community we can serve? Yeah, not every community we can serve because they have the consideration about this water system we will infrastructure and equipment. Number three, the purposes of electrical equipment. So all this data is really needed for the institution. All this data is really needed for us to make the assessment, and we will go to the another step. This is the design data collection. Use available tools and resources. Yeah, during we gather the data from the community, so we must use the available tools and resources. For this means we must have the people during the gather the information. Before the people have the capability to gather information, the basic information for our need. Yeah, but just example, maybe during the assessment, we not only sitting in the one places and come to one family asking how many need that, but the information we gather is not covering for all the information from the community. So it means just sample So it's been, sometimes the information we gather is not covering the information from that community. So that's why we really need the good resources and the good tools to gather the information. ICT protocol for collecting and reporting data, energy demand assessment tools, yeah, special equipment where required. So some of them they have a specific more detail later on when we will do assessment. Okay, right now we will turn on to the design, and Jordan will continue with the design. Or maybe you have any question? Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Not really question, but I just want to verify about the simple site population, the data question. And you already told us that if we need to use the right tool to get the right.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we need tools, like example, to measure the topography one place, we must use the correct tools. Because without that one, the design later on will be failed. Yeah, the design with what is not will be correct.
Is it possible to share the tool that you use to
Oh, okay. Maybe later we can share during the what kind of tools for this data we get during the assessment. Anybody have question related to the assessment phase, assessment step? If no, maybe we can continue. If you still have a question, no problem. It's already in the another step. If we get back again to the assessment, if you know or you remember or you thinking this is important about the assessment thing. Okay, can continue with the.
Thank you, Joseph. All right, so talking about design, we're going to go into further detail later about design, particularly this afternoon, and then tomorrow we'll go into deeper detail. And we're going to talk about design of different sectors. So maybe the design for healthcare facilities isn't quite the same as the design for wash facilities. So this afternoon, we'll have some different discussions about specific sectors and design for those sectors. And then tomorrow, we'll have some specifics about design for water systems. But a general principle is that you want to size the components of the system based on the assessment. So based on the assessment, maybe for a water system, if you have a small community, you can have a small pump most of the time. Whereas a large community with high water consumption might need a larger pump, and that needs a larger solar system. The second principle is you need to ensure component compatibility. So you need to make sure that your components of the system, particularly the electrical components, the specifications for all the electrical components must be compatible with one another. For example, if you have a large solar array that produces high voltage, but your pump has a maximum voltage of 300 volts, and your array produces 800, those are not compatible. You need to make sure that the electrical components of your system are compatible with one another, so they're rated the same. The voltage matches the voltage range for your different components, and the same for current. The current capacity is in the same range. And the design should always be based on the assessment. We can't emphasize this enough. The assessment is critical. As Tosa said, it sets the foundation. It's like if you're building a house, the assessment is the foundation. And the rest of the design depends on that foundation, right? All right, I want to have a time for an activity. So if you have a piece of paper in front of you, you can grab a piece of paper and a pencil. And I want you to draw a solar system. It doesn't have, we're not artists here, but do your best. Use a piece of paper and a pencil and draw a solar system with as many components as you can think of. Draw a solar system with as many components as you can think of. So there's obviously solar panels, but there's other components that are important to a system. So take a few minutes and draw your solar system. Maybe we'll have one brave volunteer draw on the board when we come together. But everyone, complete this activity. Okay. And it doesn't have to be a beautiful picture, anything will be fine. The goal here is to think of as many components as you can and draw them in your picture.
Yeah, like Jordan said, we are not the artists, so it's the same. Just make a graph. Just make a graph. Because previously, I already heard some you talking about the component of the solar. Yeah. Sometimes you said this is the kind is not strong enough, only maybe lifetime only 3 hours, 5 hours. What kind that means for this thing? So you can make a graph picture for that one and flow from the top to the end.
I see some really good drawings so far. And again, the goal is to think of as many components as you can and try to draw them. So not just the solar panels, I see some very good solar panels in people's drawings. What other components are important in the solar system? So don't just draw rectangles, think of what else needs to be involved, right?
When you want to build a home, what you need the equipment, maybe you need rebar, you need cement, you need gravel, you need something, or maybe you need, yeah, like this, you can imagine when you will apply the solar project in your project, you can imagine after the solar, find out what else the component you will use until you can take the energy from the solar. No worries, but something maybe you still not confident this is wrong or perhaps that's true. No worry about that one. No cheating.
Your drawings now. Maybe I'm gonna look at some drawings and pick a volunteer. Drawings, everything. Nice job. Awesome, awesome. A drawing with the most components. Who thinks they have a drawing that has the most components? These 3 components on their drawing. Raise your hand. You think you have the most? Okay, we have a volunteer to draw on the board for us. He thinks he has the most components.
Yeah.
Okay, as big as you can. Yeah, okay, it's okay. He has solar panels. That's a good start, right? He has a controller. Control. And after the control box, he has an inverter to convert DC to AC. Great. And batteries in between as well. And then that is powering a pump. Awesome, awesome. Give him a round of applause. Did anyone have other components in their drawing that are not present in this drawing? The electricity grid? No. Give him a round of applause. Grid and a generator. And other appliances. Very nice. So we maybe power more than a pump. Maybe there are other appliances that can be powered here. That's great. Tosha, can you draw a line from the control box over to the pump? There we go. So when we have a generator or a grid, is it DC power or AC power? AC, right? So the AC power doesn't need to go to the battery. So it would go from the control box directly to the power source. Maybe with a controller or a breaker in the background. Great. Awesome. Thank you very much. Any other volunteers to draw additional components? You guys have some? Okay, one volunteer. Thank you. Oh. Anyone else? This is a really great picture. He's not using a phone, is he?
I thought.
I have a fully experience.
Okay, we have solar and energy inversion and conditioning, energy distribution.
They have the power.
So he's saying in case there is no solar or no electric grid, there could be a backup generator. You might have a battery. Okay. You please give him a round of applause. Okay, so from our new drawing, are there still any additional components that you guys thought of that are not labeled here? Action. Cables. Yes. Lightning protection. That's great. Yeah. You want to come draw those? Yeah. Come on. This one. Just make lines and you can make the lines. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah. Or you can just label where the protection. And it's grounding. Grounding is a very important protection and lightning protection. That's great. Thank you. Any others? Any other components that might be important? What is going to connect the solar panels to the control box? Cables, wires. The lines are cables. Okay, we covered that. Tosa, maybe you can label cables. Sensors. Yeah, controlling sensors. Okay. Yep. So maybe so you can just write sensors where? Just anywhere. Just writing sensors.
This is control.
You could add it there to the control box. Yes, that's all. Sensors. Yeah. How do we protect the wires or the cables?
Yeah.
Do we just have wires strung randomly? Maybe. Yeah, conduits.
Conduit.
You guys know what conduit is? It's proper protection around wires.
Yeah.
So instead of having wires just out in the open, you run them through conduit. Okay, and that's important for protecting them because maybe insects can get in and shoot the wires, and that damages the whole system. Any other components that you guys have in your drawings so that you can think of?
Like previously, I hear the battery, the long life of the battery is not long. Maybe are you thinking something? Maybe add from the solar during the battery? How to control the batteries still in the good performance charging?
Charge controller.
Charge controller.
Yeah, battery control. There is also a switch.
But it's a charge controller. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tosa can add a charge controller. I want to say this is a very great drawing. You guys did an excellent job putting this together. Surge, surge protection. Yeah. Where would we add the surge protection? Where would we add the surge protection?
Yeah.
Maybe in the control box. So we can add the surge protection. You can just write SPD, yeah, a surge protection device. This is very important for not to make sure we don't damage our equipment. Maybe if there's a lightning strike or a surge in power, if the surge is too high, it could damage the equipment, and we want to protect that. And we can do that through a surge protection device or SPD. What are the solar panels mounted on? Are they floating? On the stand, maybe on the roof? Let's draw something that mounts the solar panels. You put them on a building or a stand. Yeah, so these are all important, right? Even the stand that the solar panels are mounted on is important, right? Any other? This is a very great list. Yeah. So even within each block, there's different components. Exactly. Yeah, so each of these blocks that we've drawn the boxes have individual components as part of that, and all of those are important as well. This is great. Okay.
In some cases, some people can match the work of this possibly.
Yep.
So there must be a protection because some costs.
Great.
On the damage of the equipment.
So maybe you could add a line in between the inverter and the pump that has additional protections. But just draw down. Yeah. So for example, in a solar powered water system, we use something called a sine wave filter. So the sine wave filter goes in between the inverter and the pump. And this is important because from the inverter, the electrical wave that's supposed to be shaped like a sine wave is noisy. It has high peaks, low peaks. The sine wave makes that more smooth, which improves the long-term operation of the pump. So something like a sine wave filter is another form of protection that keeps the equipment safe. It keeps the inverter safe and the pump and equipment safe. Okay, give yourselves a big round of applause for that. These are excellent acronyms.
And
How do you tell the difference between a good battery and a bad battery? Oh, the difference between battery and no battery? Okay, so there was a question here, maybe what you do if you don't have a battery in your system, you could just connect directly from the control box to the inverter. You would just skip the battery. But the difference is you can't run the system at night.
yeah.
The battery allows you to run when there is no sun out. It provides energy storage so that you can use it when there's no sun. But maybe if you have grid and a generator to run at night for backup, you don't need batteries. Yeah. Great question.
Actually, before we install the solar panel, when we put in on the we have the effect to the human health.
If the solar panels are on the roof. No, I don't think there's any effect to human health.
Yeah, because we have to make sure that because when we are talking.
Yeah.
We want to figure out like that. And
Okay.
Question also.
Yeah, so this is why engagement with our stakeholders is incredibly important. Also good education. So people just might not know about the benefits or harms of solar panels. And we can actually teach people there is no harm for using solar panels on the roof of your house, right? We can kind of that any concerns people might have. Any other questions? Or thoughts?
Fire.
Use the microphone.
This microphone there.
Fall out the roof, I heard that sometimes by fire.
Okay, if there's solar on the roof, it could cause fire. I think that could be if there is poor wiring between the electrical components. So if it's a bad installation, that could lead to electrical hazards or fires.
Yeah.
But if we do quality workmanship with proper protections, it would eliminate the danger, or at least drastically reduce the risk of fire. So, but I'd be curious to hear more maybe about that example another time if you have stories or something. Just heard, okay. Yeah, if you do proper wiring, it drastically reduces the risk, and especially having protections like surge protection device, that provides protection against fire and electric shocks. Any other questions or comments? Okay, yeah.
When it comes to
Great question. So a solar panel could be used on a roof if the roof is stable or strong enough to support the solar panels. If there's enough area available that's required by how many solar panels you need, and if it's facing the right direction. So if it's facing maybe north, you're not going to get great energy efficiency from that. Maybe you want them facing toward the equator where you get the most energy production. Yeah. But maybe if there's not enough space on the roof, you need to put them on the ground. And one thing that's very important is you put them on the ground or in any installation, you need to cut away trees to make sure there's no shading on the solar panel. And you should look to see if there are going to be buildings that cause shade to be on your solar panels. Great question. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, can you use the microphone? Just on the table.
About angle, when you put on the roof,
Which angle should you use?
yeah, the roof and all, not finding you.
Yeah. Yeah, if the roof angle is not correct, it could reduce the performance of the array. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So, it depends on the quality of light. If the sun is position of operate equipment. Afternoon, from 6 to 7 plus. So, some action is also business. But in company, yes, so I think I can just that.
Yeah, great question. maybe tomorrow, I think we will have a session designated. We're gonna show a website called EBGIF. You can write it down if you're interested. I'll just write it on. Well, it says EBGIS. It's a website that is organized by the European Commission. And they have a global database of solar irradiance for every location in the world. So you can input your specific design parameters, such as the solar array capacity, the tilt, and the direction the solar panels are pointing. And you can see the daily performance on an hourly basis of how much irradiance will be produced from that solar array. So we'll have a demonstration tomorrow to go through that, but it could be a very great resource for you. Again, it's the EBGIS, the Photovoltaic Geographical Information System. Great question. Any other questions or comments?
Back to this question, is there like a table to show the energy efficiency from the solar? If this solar array face to the north, the south, and the west, and the east, so on. Is there available kind of table so that can look at the table how anything speak the energy is on this?
Yeah, that will be specific to each location of the world. And so you could do it for your specific location. If you know the project is in this province at this site, you can choose that specific site just based on the GPS coordinates and then compare different orientations and angles to see which performance is the best. So it varies depending on where you are in the world, which direction you want to point. But we recommend designing for your specific project location and comparing different options for the angle of tilt and the direction of panels point. Does that make sense? There's not a global table that shows the difference because it's depending on each location. All right, great questions. Any others before we continue?
That I know about the kind. So I'm not. How to choose the battery for so this best and use for.
Yeah. Questions about types of batteries to use with solar. We recommend lithium-ion batteries. Those will give you the longest performance life. I think they also allow the greatest sort of depletion rate. So it's generally recommended you don't want to deplete your battery storage too low, but lithium-ion allows lower depletion and longer lifespans. The next recommended would be lead-acid batteries. That's another option. But we can give further guidance maybe if you have specific detailed questions on which battery to use, but generally lithium ion is the type we recommend.
Is from what I learned from school. For the traditional coal plants, the fossil fuel energies, send the energy from a very long distance, but as you know, as you extend the boundaries between coal plant to a very far away area, it's lost in the transmission. But for renewables, it's not like that. So do we have to install these solar panels in a very close proximity to your house or schools or health facilities?
Yeah, great question. So I think they follow similar principles where energy is lost based on the distance it travels. The way you can counteract that is by using larger wire sizes. But as you use larger wire sizes, it's more expensive. So there's trade-offs. So generally, it's recommended to have them be in the same location. That's why in the video they were showing earlier, the Sahara Desert has huge open land that could be for solar. But then you'd have to transmit the energy produced a long distance to get it to every location in the world. So it's generally recommended for it to be placed close by.
They should do solar is about the distance from the panel to the battery. Maybe the closest, more easy to charge, maybe the longest. The same, right?
Yes, it's the same. Is there another question here?
That much of how what's done. This region should be tried this from step at the other side on mountain on in India. The so
Thanks. The first question is to UNICEF to answer. I don't know if they have an answer now. Can't remember his third question. Yes. Third question is connected to the climate change. Does the development have effect for effect for what to explain that? So if you try to build a baby the on Earth, so then and wait. Yeah, I believe solar panels, since they do not emit carbon dioxide, they will drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions compared to fossil fuel burning, which leads to high greenhouse gas emissions. So I think they'll drastically reduce that, which will have a positive effect on climate change. And I don't really think that, I don't know if you're mentioning, if we install lots of solar panels, will it just make it hot? And I don't think that's the case. They actually absorb energy from the sun. And so they don't really reflect it. So I don't think it will have impacts on the temperature, the global warming. So energy needed to create solar panels? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, but I think over the long run, once you produce the panels, they don't emit CO2 to produce energy. Yeah, after they're created and manufactured. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I don't know what the lifespan, the minimum lifespan is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. I imagine it's short. And it's definitely shorter than the lifespan of the solar panel. So it's worth using solar to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, these are great questions. I don't want to cut them short, but maybe you can speak with UNICEF or you can give an answer now regarding the solar capacity problems. I know.
I think this question Jordan has already mentioned, and Michele already this morning highlighted the assessment of the Spain that should have as a harm. But one of the high radiation, but the lowest installation. So in terms of capacity to absorb, we have plenty of capacity because of the geographical location. We are so called to also mentioned about this kind of EAP and that organized by the European Commission. So I believe that you can just enter parameter into that specific location and so on. It will show you exact result, generated result from that. This is my variation that can also, but based on experience, so far I think everywhere in the country that that we have experience in different different provinces. We can go into class location. We can water drinking water system also, and three in islands area with high precipitation rates of rainfall every year. We look at the historical rainfall data. Yes, and if we project into the mid and end century, this century, also high precipitation, but the solar systems working. Seeing no problem in Cambodia, everywhere, every province and so. And another question you got wrong. Jordan also mentioned whether we can install on the ground or on the roof. So it depends on the availability of the area where you or the system, what the system has the area available. For example, consideration need to be taken of the heat install on the roof. There's no shadow from the building around. If installed in the ground, make sure there's no big tree that provides shadow to the solar array. So this needs to be in consideration, and the base of the solar array to the south, mainly in Cambodia, south to the equator.
Yeah.
And we get the maximum solar finish.
Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to highlight here, this map here is from EVGIS. So this is showing the global irradiance for different locations in the world. So you can zoom into Cambodia and see, but generally there's high irradiance from Cambodia. So I think for the sake of time, I'm going to continue in presenting, but before I do that, I want us all to stand up and we're going to stretch and make sure our body is alert, our minds are ready to continue. And maybe, Surya, you could lead us in.
Surya.
That's Surya.
You guys can lead us in a stretching exercise. All right, everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's Surya?
Just make a stretching like this. And don't hit his face, yeah? Okay, great. Elizabeth, you're awake? Okay, good. Okay, you feel good? Thank you.
Okay, so jumping back to our drawing, you guys did a great job identifying all the different components. You can have a seat down. And pay attention up here. I want to remind us about active listening. To do active listening, you can't be talking to your neighbor. You can't be using your phone. You have to have your eyes up here, paying attention. So the different components of the solar panel are the solar of the solar system. We have solar panels, batteries, inverters, different electrical components, wires, conduit, electrical loads, the equipment, safety protections, and then mounting equipment. We've covered pretty much all of them here on the drawings. That means you guys did a really great job with all the different components of a solar system. And all of these need to be designed to be compatible with one another. They need to work together and be the same specification so that they match, they fit together. Okay. Again, all components need to be sized and selected according to the specific project needs. And a common failure for solar projects is not using the right equipment for the individual project. This is important. So next, we're going to talk about procurement and installation. This is where you guys have a lot of great questions on how do we verify good quality solar panels. We'll address that in this section. So we need to purchase quality equipment, and then we need to supervise the installation. And it needs to be a professional installation by people who know what they're doing. So just as an example, let's look at two different types of inverters. We have a low quality inverter. Its lifespan is 6 months, or half of 1 year. It costs only $500, and it costs $300 to install. Then we have a high quality inverter. It costs $3,000. It's 6 times as expensive and costs $300 to install. So which one will we choose? The one that's $500 or $3,000? Some say $3,000.
It depends on the economic status now.
Economic status. Well, let's look at an example just over 8 years. That's life cycle cost of that piece of equipment. The low quality one is only $800 initially. $500 for the inverter and $300 for installation. Only $800 compared to $3,300. It's a big difference. But if you have to replace the low quality inverter every 6 months, look at the cost over just 8 years. It's almost 3 times as expensive, right? So that's why we use high quality equipment. Even though it's more expensive upfront, it lasts longer and the total life cycle cost is less. All right. So some things to look for ensuring quality. We want to look for a good quality brand, a brand with a good reputation for long life, durability, and that meets published standards. We also want to verify genuine equipment. We don't want equipment that's imitations. So we can do that by checking the product labeling, checking with past experience on product performance, and using a trusted distributor of that equipment. Okay, here's a video. Let's see if it will work. Sure, quality equipment.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Let's review some of these because these were very important questions for you. You were wondering how to verify quality solar panels. Did everyone, was that video helpful? Okay, so let's look at the first one. We can look at international standards. So if the solar panels have these international standards, that's a sign of good quality. IEC stands for International Electric Code. So that's an example of one of the standards we can check. The second one is looking on the back of the solar panel. Remember I mentioned the sticker that shows the specifications? If the sticker is straight and the positive and negative leads are straight, that's a sign of good quality. Whereas if they're maybe crooked or tilted like the one on the left, that might be a sign of bad quality solar panels. We can also compare if there is plastic on the outside versus glass. So glass would be the better quality solar panel if there's glass on the outside. And then also on the inside of the solar panels themselves, you can look and there'd be barcodes. So this is very difficult to fake. So if it has these barcodes, that's a sign of good quality solar panels as well. We talked about how equipment can be damaged during shipping, right? So we want to make sure we don't verify the quality until it's installed. And as the video mentioned, we need to inform bidders, the contractors, that quality will be verified before payment is made. So damage can be cracked solar panels. We can also have solar panels that have discoloring on them. And this is an indicator of poor quality as well. That can be observed with the physical eye, or there may be special devices that can verify this as well, such as IV tracers and cameras used to detect these problems, special cameras. So again, to remind us, we want to appoint one person, maybe at our organization or company, who can monitor quality, authenticity, and damage. We want to define quality requirements and clearly inform bidders that we will validate authenticity, quality, and performance. And then we want to check certification numbers corresponding to the quoted specifications. And contact manufacturers to ensure that the barcodes correspond to their modules. So I found that video very helpful. Hopefully you did too, on how to verify quality solar panels. Any questions about that before we continue on? I know that was a topic of interest. Some of you. Yeah.
And she also his product is in good. It's practical for this program. And the ministry of
Great point. Yeah, thank you. So you can ask a company who installs the equipment to give a certificate of authenticity for the equipment. That's true of solar panels, but that's true of any other type of equipment you might have. That it should have a certificate of authenticity or technical specifications. So we recommend you request that from any contractor that's installing a project. Great point. Okay, yeah.
Some solar panel, they have different color, some might be blue, some red, but added different quality as well.
see a solar panel that's blue versus black, that could just be a difference in the type of solar panel. There are two main types, monocrystalline and polycrystalline. Those often lead to different colors. What the video was highlighting here is where you see one color and another color on the same solar panel. Does that make sense here, what it's showing? You can see it's blue and black. If it's all blue or all black, that's fine. That just means it's probably a different type, polycrystalline versus monocrystalline. But it's where there's these two different types or discoloration that you want to identify as a poor quality panel. Great question. I think I'm going to continue on, but if you have questions, please take note of those. We'd be happy to answer those later. Okay, so we talked about using a trusted distributor. That's the easiest way to ensure quality. If you need to know about trusted distributors, you could ask other organizations, and you can check the product website. So a manufacturer like Grumpus or Lorentz, they make water pumps. They have trusted distributors that they list for each country of the world where they have distributors. So you could search on their website for trusted distributors in Cambodia and use that distributor to get one of their products. So what do I do if quality distributors cannot be verified in country? You could check to see if those products can be imported from neighboring countries and work with other organizations to help with international procurement. Organizations that do procurement services and design and installation assistance. And as we've mentioned, the Solar Hub exists to help you with projects like these. So if you need assistance with procurement or even recommendations for where to get good quality materials, we'd be happy to provide that. Safety is also hugely important when it comes to installation. And often the project management organization is responsible for providing, maintaining, and enforcing safety standards. So there's electrical safety, fall hazards, as well as many other forms of safety that should be followed during installation. And this is all should be done under supervision. So all installations should be closely supervised to ensure quality workmanship. Quality. We want to ask the question, is the equipment installed according to the design and manufacturer specifications? And with supervision, we want to ask the question, has the project or design owner verified the quality of the project? There's some specifics when it comes to installing solar panels. All components must match the design specifications and configurations, including the solar panels, solar array, and solar wiring. The solar panels must be free of shading and easy to clean. So maybe if the solar panels are way up on the roof, it's going to be very difficult to clean. And so you need to consider, how would you have a method for cleaning the solar panels if they're high up? And then the solar rack must be strong enough to support the solar panels. Whether it's the solar rack or the roof, the structure supporting the solar panels has to be strong enough. Otherwise, they might fall and get damaged. So now operations and maintenance. This is the final step to a solar project, but it's one of the most critical and most underlooked. A lot of organizations can install a project and turn it over to the owner and the person who will maintain it, but maybe they won't provide enough training. And the system can break down in this stage, which is very crucial. So it's important to define the system ownership and responsibilities and establish that early on and in writing. Again, remember the quiz question, who's responsible if the system stops working? No one? Who is responsible? It's the party who agrees to maintain it, right? And that's why this step is so important. Second, we must create a thorough plan for long-term operations and maintenance. The plan has to have detailed steps and detailed activities on how to maintain the system. I know in my car at home, I have an owner's manual. And in the manual, it has detailed information on routine maintenance to maintain the car. If I don't get my oil change, what's going to happen? the car is gonna stop working, right? Yeah, you guys have maybe experienced that, or you get oil changes, so your car doesn't break down. A solar system is just the same. There needs to be a plan and scheduled maintenance activities, both in the short term, frequent activities, and in the long term. So we need to define ownership. Who will be responsible for the system long term? And what training do they need to be successful? We need to make a schedule and clearly define this for maintenance needs and replacements based on the equipment. And one great way to do this is to create a handbook. We've created a handbook for solar powered water systems, which we'll go through tomorrow, just as an example, but we recommend creating a handbook for each solar system that you install. And this handbook would have an operations and maintenance plan. For solar projects, the simplest and most impactful maintenance items are routine and frequent cleaning of the solar panels. If solar panels get dusty or covered with something, or even if there's shading around the site, it's going to drastically decrease the efficiency of the solar panels. And so maintaining the site around the solar array is another simple and effective way to maintain the system. And maintaining the site involves making sure there's no trees growing up that will cause shade on the solar panels. So to review these steps, how do you approach a solar project? What are the steps? The first one was assessment. It's essential to engage with stakeholders and determine the energy requirements for the system. The second step is design. The design is always based on the assessments. We have to do the assessment correctly, and then we can do the design correctly. We want to size the system components and ensure that they're compatible with one another. The third step was procurement and installation. We want to purchase quality equipment and supervise a professional installation. And the third step is operations and maintenance. We need to define the ownership and responsibilities and create a thorough plan for long-term operations and maintenance. So these are the basic steps to implementing a solar project. I hope you can remember them, internalize them, but also contextualize them for your own area of work, right? Some of you are in WASH, some of you are in education, some may be in healthcare, and each type of project is going to be slightly different, but these are the basic generalized steps for following any type of solar installation. So I think we've come to the end of our morning session. I know you probably are hungry for lunch, but are there any final questions, comments, or thoughts on anything we've covered in this morning's session? So do you have any thoughts or comments? No. Okay, Surya, any closing remarks or instructions for lunch?
To check it first.
Okay, so Surya will give you a reply at the corner. I want to just remind you of the website and email address. So you can learn more about the Solar Hub, the support we provide, or get resources online or training videos. The website is eapsolarhub.org. And our email address, if you have requests that you'd like to submit for support for a project you're doing, you can email us at support@eapsolarhub.org. Thank you so much for your great attention and participation this morning. I really appreciate it. And we'll have lunch now and come back, I think, in 1 hour and a half. We'll have a good break and then we'll come back in the afternoon. Thanks so much.